Showdown. Your judges for today are Dr. Parker Henley from Stillwater, Oklahoma, Aston Langman, and Seth Hill. Next up, our fearless leader, and Taylor Sark from Cornhusker. Johnson from Raffle. Kayla Hill. And John McConnell. Next coming in. Logan. Shows from Sword. Kaminsky from Yip City. Now let's introduce your choir. Schmidt is making bonsai. Dates, Market Goat, Market and Market Bring Goat, Trappist Car, Bring Heifer, also from Cade Coker, and the Market Goat from Paisley, Kruputchka, Dada, Bring Goat, Chip on Market Hog, Chip on Market Land, representing the Cornhusker Showdown, the Brand New Champion, Raffle. Hirschfeld, Brady Heifer, Grady Ruby, Champion Market Hall was Landon Schaefer, Champion Market representative Champion Market Beef, shown by from Colburn, Seaburn. Market Hog, shown Stoltz, representing Rayback. Champion Brigham Job, Leon Hart, Diana Circuit Gilt, Market Ryan Crew Freeman, Ladies and gentlemen, a big congratulations for all of these exhibitors making it.
Dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad through we was still there. Star Spangled home of the
Good afternoon. Event talking to mine, and I'm here together. So I want to challenge each one of you in this barn, especially you breeders and leaders in this industry, to remember what this is truly about: our youth. These are learning. Our sportsmanship takes center stage. They begin to believe that's acceptable, and it's not. When we don't. Let's model grace. Let's teach our kids to celebrate the success of others, even when it's not their turn. In this industry, both are very, very valuable. Enjoy those highs and learn from those lows. Austin, Parker, and Seth, over the past week, they've demonstrated exceptional not names, not faces. Their work has been outstanding, and I'm grateful for the care and fairness they brought to the show. To our sponsors, thank you. Possible. I know it's not easy to constantly be asked to contribute. Incredibly great success of this show, and I want you to know that your investment in our youth, my husband Judd, my parents Kent and Kathy, my sisters Abby and Taya, my brother-in-law Spencer, Anna, hours and countless decisions. I know I can be particularly hard to deal with, and your patience and support means the world to me. Thank you for your commitment and for always putting the youth immeasurable. Please take a moment today and thank these individuals, because without them, this show would not exist. To the junior board, wherever they are, and with much them. Thank you again for being part of the Cornhusker Showdown. We're going to have a great history. Let's have fun. You guys may exit the ring. Breeding gilts, please be up here within 5 to This area back here is for exhibitors only and junior board members. No parents, no fitters, no breeders will be back here. Junior board members are assigned to each person. Exhibitors only back here. Please abide by that.
Brooke Day, we need your gilt to the ring immediately. Brooke Day, we need you to the ring immediately. And Trappist Carr. And Brecken Hirschfeld. We need you to the ring immediately. Brecken Hirschfeld. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the Breeding Guild Showdown. Coming on first, representing the Central District, is Zane Sims. He's the son of Kyle Hawk and Reagan Sims from Loop City. His guild's name is Versace. Zane is currently attending Central Community College in Hastings, working towards a degree in diesel technology. He'd like to thank Kyle Showpigs, his parents, and the rest of his family, along with his girlfriend, and all of his support system, along with BJ and Taylor Skabinski. Next, coming in from the South Central region is Brooke Day. She's the daughter of Derek and Kinsley Day from Loop City. She is 9 years old, and her guild's name is Margarita. Her current plans include showing pigs and Hereford cattle, and to win showmanship at the highest levels in both, and then go to college to become a physical therapist. She'd like to thank her family, especially her brother, Loaf and Holtz Farms, and Migler family for supporting her. Next, coming in from our champion from the Western Shootout is Trampus Carr. He is the son of Jason and Amanda Carr from Hershey, Nebraska. He's 11 years old, and his guild's name is Priscilla. In the future, he'd like to go to college and be a livestock judge. He wants to thank his parents, Tayton, Sage, Hadley, and everyone else who supported him over the years. Their encouragement, love, and belief in him has meant everything. He wouldn't be where he is today without you. Next, from the Northeast District, your champion is Briley Mosier. She's the daughter of Colin and Amber Zychek from Pender, Nebraska. She's 16, and her guild's name is Sugar. She plans to finish her last 2 years of high school participating in volleyball, basketball, track. She's also an active member in the FFA and 4-H. After high school, she hopes to play basketball in college and study sports medicine. She'd like to thank her parents for their support, Zabchek Showpigs for helping her with their showing success, and her little sister Maggie for helping rinse and walk pigs. Your representative from the Highway 81 Showdown is Becton Hirschfeld. She is the daughter of he's the son of Chad and Misty Hirschfeld from Benedict. His guild's name is Big Sexy. He plans to attend a two-year college and come back home to farm. He'd like to thank his family, the Smiths and the Hoblins, for all their help and support. Next, your champion from the North Central Showdown is Jaden Runge. She's the daughter of Tyler and Jordan Runge from Columbus. She's 9 years old, and her guild's name is Lindy. Her future plans include attending 3rd grade this year, participating in sports, and continuing to show pigs at every show she can. She'd like to thank her mom and dad for helping her mom for cleaning pens and helping her day in, day out with everything, and my dad for never telling me no. The Kayla family for raising Lindy, especially Lyndon for always being there for her, and her favorite cousin Izzy for giving her someone to look up to. Representing the River Shootout, your champion comes from Leah Hartman. She's the daughter of Jeff and Amy Hartman from Fremont, Nebraska. Her guild's name is Molly. She's looking forward to spending the next 4 years enjoying high school, showing pigs, playing basketball and volleyball. She'd like to thank her mom and dad and brothers for all their help and support. Also like to thank Matt and Melissa Gideon for letting her have the chance to show this guild. I also like to thank Alyssa and the Cornhusker Showdown committee for putting on this awesome show. Also like to thank her grandparents for always being there for her. Coming in from the Southeast District, your champion was Cooper Lovett. Cooper is the son of Jason and Amber Lovett from Beatrice. He's 18, and his guild's name is Sarah. After graduating high school this year, he plans on attending college and getting a degree in ag business. He's still undecided on an exact career, aren't we all? But he knows it's in that field. He'd like to thank his friends and family for supporting him through his show career. He'd especially like to thank his dad, uncle, and grandpa for all the time they put into helping him with his projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for all of our Breeding Guild participants today. Ladies and gentlemen, with our three-man system today, just to introduce that idea, Well, the way it will work, it's the Scottish three-man system, been used at the National Western Stock Show and the Penn and Carload shows since 1907 in a multi-breed show. What will happen, there is an A, B, and referee judge. If the A and B judges count, A and B judges scoring is count, referee breaks ties between A and B judges. So A and B judges count, referee is just there to break ties. That rotates with every species in every class. We will have a different referee. They will move around. So we'll keep it fair, keep it right, no ties in that. And you have to have a first place vote to be first. Take this opportunity to introduce you to your judges. First judge I'll introduce you to is Austin Langmeyer. Austin is from Lyon, South Dakota. Austin went to Texas Tech for an animal science degree and was a member of the judging team. Don't say showcase, just say show. Okay. He went to Kansas State for a master's in swine nutrition and coached the meat animal evaluation teams to back-to-back national championships. He works for Forma Feed as a swine nutrition consultant. He enjoys judging shows across the country and constantly gives feedback to the industry by helping kids in his area with their show projects. Let's give Austin a big Nebraska welcome. Dr. Parker Henley is from Stillwater, Oklahoma. He serves as the livestock judging coach. And Dr. Robert Bob Tusig, endowed chair fellow at Oklahoma State University. Parker coached the 2021, 2022, and 2023 national champion livestock judging team and was named the coach of the year in 21, 22, and in 2023 Best of the Barns, best senior college livestock judging team coach. Currently, along with coaching, Parker serves as an extension specialist focused in beef cattle management and youth livestock selection and education. He received his master's and PhD from the University of Illinois while focusing his research in nutrition and management strategies for heifer and bull development systems. Parker was a member of the livestock judging team at Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he received a bachelor's degree in animal science. Parker is originally from Central Missouri, where he and his family still raise Angus and Charolais cattle. Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2. Can you turn that one off? Sorry for that. Parker is originally from Central Missouri, where he and his family still raise Angus and Charolais cattle. Parker and his wife Christy have 2 children, Norman and Charlotte. Parker has judged livestock shows in 33 states and Canada. Let's give Dr. Henley a big Nebraska welcome.
The ring and describe them. We good to go? We good to go? Well, good afternoon. Let's give these breeding guild exhibitors a big round of applause. This is an outstanding set of them here. It's an awesome venue. It's a beautiful day. We get the privilege of sorting through some incredible livestock. We've had the chance to see them once before, and I know that we're going to have a pretty fun battle here within each of these divisions to ultimately get you a champion. As we start in the breeding gilt division here, we'll do the same thing in the market hogs, but we'll drive them across the ring individually. I'll make some comments about each one of them, and then ultimately we'll get you a top 3 picked within this set. So, young lady, you want to go first here? We've got a belted gilt here that's very seamless in her design. That's a stout scold gilt that's broad in her chest. She's got great range of motion as she gets out and strides across the ring. Very freshly presented in terms of the tone and texture of her muscle as well. Within this particular lineup, she's maybe one that's a little softer on that front foot. We could power her up in terms of her bone work just ever so slightly, but love her look, love her broadness, her freshness, and her mobility. That's a nice type of a gilt to go ahead and talk about first. Young man's belted gilt here, one of the smaller ones out here, but I tell you what, this one is super fancy in how she's assembled from the side. That one's neck ties really high out of her shoulders. She's got an awesome look about her head up front. Extra substance of bone as you read her to the surface. She's opened up, she's genuine, she's muscular. I think all those things are very, very good. Relative to her length of body, we could maybe lengthen her rump just a little bit. We could hook her up in her ham-loin junction just a little bit better, but I tell you what, that thing is still on her way up with just an elite kind of a look out there ahead of her blade and really big limbs as you watch her set to the surface. The off-belted gilt here is one that's another one that's just really broad and dense and genuine. I love that thing's blade shape and the spread that she carries throughout. The angles of her skeleton still read good, and she's got an excellent turn to the center part of her body. She's another one that's got a really stout head on her, and so we really like those indicators that she offers. We could lengthen her rump just a little bit, and within this particular set of them, she's maybe not as eccentric or unique in her look ahead of her blade, but powerful, stout, mobile, big bones, and a stout skull. Very nice gilt there as well. Go ahead, buddy. This gilt here is another one of those that's just ultra exotic in her look from the side. That one's neck ties really high. She has an excellent look about her skull. She reaches and goes, I think, plenty good relative to the amount of muscle and genuine width that she carries. She's impressive just in terms of her rear three-quarter view and just studying that one to be that three-dimensional from the ground up and to have that kind of a look ahead of her blade. She's not as soft and bold there in her forerib and upper rib cage, one that we could hook up a little smoother there in her ham-loin junction. Pieces there, though, that are just next level good and a very, very nice type of a gilt there as well. Young man's belted gilt here is just very durable, I guess, and that's how I read her. That one's got a tremendous look ahead of her blade to have that kind of substance and feature about her, very freshly presented and broad. She's got a great big pin set. She carries that deep and low through the lower part of her stifle. Still, again, I think that one reads like her angles are right. She's genuine with a good look, and she's done a lot of things freshly to a heavier weight, and I think that certainly would make her a contender. Because she comes right at you. We could blow her apart there in her chest, but again, I think that gilt does a lot of things very good within this particular set. The black-headed gilt over here is another one that's just got an alien look out there about her front end. She's got an awesome skull and a neat neckline about her. She's got a great sweep to her belly, and I think her proportions read very, very good from the side. She's got extra substance of bone as you read her down low as well. As we study her crossing the ring, she's maybe propped a little straighter in the angle of her shoulder, and then relative to her height, we could maybe just make her back wider and more dimensional, but certainly has a very intriguing look about her front end, extra big bones as we read her to the ground, and her proportions are very nice. Kind of the chromed up looking gilt over here is another one. Very well presented, and this gilt just reads super broody, maternal, and powerful in her kind. I love how genuine and bold this one is as she comes at you. She's got as good of a rib cage in her as any of them out here, and she carries the same kind of same kind of dimension as you get on top of her. She's maybe not as expressive there through the seam of her ham, but I tell you what, that one is opened up. Her skeleton is very good. She still offers a good look out through her front end, and then she also offers that extra feature at the ground. I think this one here checks a lot of boxes. You know, you might say she's not as unique perhaps in her look, but I think to do what she does to a heavier weight, I very, very much like that gilt there within this particular lineup. The belted gilt over here is another one that is just lights out in terms of her look ahead of her blade. Got an awesome shape to her skull, extra substance at the ground. Her hair coat and presentation is just immaculate. This one here, I think, in terms of reach and range of motion is very good. She's got great width about her pin set, and she carries that down low to her stifle set. As you get on top of her, she's maybe not as bold and wide down her back relative to the hip that she has, and she's maybe just a little lazy in terms of how she strides out of her rear skeleton, but that one is awesome in the look of her front end. She's got extra bone, presentation's on point. Again, this set of them here in the breeding gilts was just absolutely outstanding. Let's give them a really big round of applause. We'll go get you a top three. If you would, when we select your champion, reserve, and third, let's lift these kids up and give them another big round of applause.
For selection, we'll have our showmanship breeding gilt champion. Is Trampus Car, and that is sponsored by Final Drive Show Supply. And at this time, our judges will select your champion, Supreme Champion Breeding Gilt in the 2025 Cornhusker Showdown. And that Supreme Champion Breeding Gilt comes from Leah Hartman. That is sponsored by Brady Genetics and Sullivan Supply. Now we'll be selecting your Reserve Supreme. And that Reserve Supreme Champion Breeding Gilt is Jaden Runge, sponsored by Essential Show Feeds and Sullivan Supply. Now our final selection in the breeding gilts, our third overall. Third overall goes to Trampus Car. And our third overall breeding gilt sponsor is Essential Show Feeds and Sullivan Supply. Once again, big congratulations to all of our breeding gilt exhibitors. Exhibitors, we're going to have a quick break for pictures of our breeding gilts. We'll be back here for breeding ewes next.
We are announcing a raffle ticket winner for one of the high top tables. The number is 04554143. Again, that's 04554143.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, certainly like to thank our sponsors for the Cornhusker Showdown. Thanks especially to Saunders County Ag Society for the facilities and Hannah Livestock for allowing us to use the green chips. I'd like to thank Nutrition Services, Sullivan Supply, Final Drive Show Supply, Picket Fence Styles, Schnell Show Cattle, Myers Family, Henderson State Bank, Champion Feeders, Platte Valley Precast, Nathan Club Lambs, Cooper Specialty Feeds, Croker Cattle, Fairweather Club Lambs, Columbus Bank and Trust, Automated Dairy, Hassebrook Show Lambs, Clement Show Team, Cedar Sticks, Bounds Wheeler Show Goats, and Osmus Livestock, Kester Cattle, Farmers Co-op, Farm Credit Services of America, SC Online Sales, Beatty Genetics, Winch Show Goats, Smith Show Stock, and K-Bar K Club Lambs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of our day, we are going to have an adult showmanship. If you would like to nominate somebody for adult showmanship, it's $20. If you want to get out of adult showmanship, it's $50. So let me tell those of you that have been nominated already: Tayton Lucas, Zach Anderson, Jack Rohr, Steve Schnell, Mary Schnell, Creighton Hirschfeld, Atlee Hirschfeld, Justin Nathan, Ethan Bontrager, Mark Hassebrook, Katie Wells.
What's that?
Saskins?
I want to say Gaskins. Sam Gaskins.
Sam Gaskins or Saskins, whichever one of you wants to pay me. That's the one we'll go with. Somebody's handwriting is suspect. But those folks, you're in. If you'd like to nominate some, don't leave. That'll cost you $150 if you don't show up. And we will hunt you down. I got Dog the Bounty Hunter on speed dial. crap, get this right. Oh, can somebody grab it? All right, we're ready for the selection in our breeding U division. Thank you, sir. Coming out of the Central District, your champion breeding U is shown by Taya Hambleton. She is the daughter of Kent and Kathy Hambleton from Lee. Her ewe's name is Blue. She's currently studying to become a real estate agent. She'd like to thank her family, her mom and dad, Abby and Spencer Sutton, and Sage, Judd, and Alyssa, and their barn helpers, Berkeley, Braylon, and Bronx, and Cody and Taylor, Ashton and Beckham, Timmy and Brody. Coming out of the Central District, your champion is Colburn Clayson. She's the daughter of Lance and Aaron Clayson from Beaver City. She's 14 years old. Her lamb's name is Wakanda. She'll be a freshman this fall at Cambridge High School and will participate in volleyball, basketball, and FFA, and will continue showing sheep and cattle. She also looks forward to being a YGB counselor. Whoa. She'd like to thank her whole family from feeding while she's at sports to helping get her animals ready at shows. She can always count on them and like to extend a special thank you to the Murdoch family for raising some exceptional sheep. They would like to thank YGB for continuing to support and improve her showmanship skills. Coming from the Western Shootout, your champion came from Matea Roberts from Maywood. Her lamb's name is Jazzy. She's currently attending Kansas State University to major in ag business, and she'd like to thank her entire family for all their support. Coming from the Northeast District, your champion comes from Bree Vanisdahl. She's the daughter of Kimberly and Eric Vanisdahl from Hoskins. She's 15, and her animal's name is Cassie Stinger Lang. She'd like to attend UNL to major in actuarial science, something I learned about today. Big shout out to our incredible family for surviving another stock show with her. Thank you for all the early mornings and late nights. She could not have done it without you. Coming from the Highway 81 Showdown, your champion is Sissany Crowley. She's the daughter of Brian and Allison Crowley from Utica, Nebraska. She's 17, and her lamb's name is Mercedes. She's planning to double major in animal science and agriculture education at Iowa State University while also following a pre-veterinary track. After graduation, she plans to move to western Nebraska to either work at a vet clinic or become an ag teacher and FFA advisor while running her own show lamb operation. She'd like to thank her parents for pushing her, believing in her, and always being her biggest cheerleaders. She wouldn't be here without you. Thank you to the organizers of this show. You do an incredible job, and thank you to our judges for being here and investing your time in young showmen. From the North Central Showdown, your champion was Sage Stoltz. She's the 11-year-old daughter of John and Sam Stoltz from Elgin, Nebraska. Her lamb's name is Laney. Sage is going to the 5th grade this year and enjoys showing sheep and cattle and is excited for the opportunity to be here and looks forward to more years of showing livestock. The Stoltz would like to thank Nathan Club Lamb's family for their support this year, and also thank you to all the people who coordinate and put on the Cornhusker Showdown. Your River Shootout champion comes from Hannah Hassebrook. She's the 10-year-old daughter of Ryan and Kristen Hassebrook from Raymond. Her lamb's name is Harper. She looks forward to continuing to show in 4-H and eventually FFA. When she graduates, she wants to go to college at the University of Nebraska in Lincoln. We'd like to thank everyone who invested time and money into her and her project, her parents, her sister Amelia, and her Uncle Mark, and her grandparents, and Kelsey McCaffrey for helping her throughout the summer. No, people. Coming from the Southeast District, your champion is Reese Eller. She's the 8-year-old daughter of Clay and Kelly Eller from Fairbury. Her lamb's name is Scout. She's looking forward to continuing to go into school and raise and show sheep and eventually wants to become a teacher. She'd like to thank her parents, Papa and Grandma, and all her show friends. That completes our group for the breeding ewes. Please give them all a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, one last judge I didn't get to introduce earlier. Seth Hilfiger was raised in a fourth-generation family farm in Southern California while showing livestock and being heavily involved in both 4-H and FFA. He attended Blinn College, where he earned his associate's degree and competed on their livestock judging team. He then transferred to Texas A&M University and was a member of the 2022 Reserve National Champion Livestock Judging Team while earning his Bachelor's of Animal Science in 2023. He now resides in Snook, Texas, and works as a graduate extension assistant while pursuing his Master's of Agribusiness at A&M. In his free time, Seth travels the country judging numerous junior livestock shows while operating the 1BF Livestock Company and assisting young people by promoting ethical animal husbandry. Please give Seth a big Nebraska welcome. And also want to thank behind me Barrett Carlisle. He's serving as our showmanship judge for all our species today. Thank you, Barrett, for your help.
first things first, if you're standing ringside, please help me congratulate this kid as we have our breeding year drive. Last weekend I had a blast judging right out of the gate 2 districts, and frankly, we'll bring them all back here. And I think all of these particular females represent some quality, but we'll start with the one on my far right. That young lady's particular blue lamb touches awesome at the top side of the rib cage. That's a Raffle racing sheep that's up front and from the side. You know, she is big, and she is just woeful out here overall in comparison to maybe some regular sheep that we have. Probably not, but I think this particular year, in terms of representing quality, in terms of representing some athleticism, and being upfronted and moving good, I think does a lot of things exceptionally well. A young lady as you that comes right behind her here in the second hole, definitely one that to me just reads super hampy featured. And with that being said, I think the most impressive thing about this one is her look from the side. That one's dead level across her top. That one's big in her arm and feature. That's easily one of the bigger booted females in here in regards to her boots down low, but right here parked from the side or in motion is probably my favorite view of this one. That one's athletic looking. That one's shallow in terms of how tucked up she is in her chest floor. Again, that one also progresses with the right kind of width and shape over her rack and loin out into a stout upper hip and pin set. Again, very, very nice individual in motion and on the standstill right there. Young lady's blue lamb here in the third hole. Definitely one hands-on, gotta love her. That one's round in her cage. That one's a round-bodied sheep that's super opened up and just so just shapely in regards to her muscle pattern. Again, as that one is tricked out in regards to her look from the side, no, I think she's more of a moderate sheep in probably my opinion, but no question in regards to being a good weather dam. That one's got the width, has the shape, and when you set that particular ewe in motion and she does want to cooperate, I do think that's a ewe that hits square on either end of her skeleton. A very, very good functional built sheep that's still round in terms of her body shape. That one's got a nice future ahead of her. Young lady's big-booted sheep that comes next, definitely one you have to appreciate all the stoutness and muscle and width this one has. That one's opened up underneath. Again, that one's got a huge, robust turn to her rib cage. Again, that one spreads lots of shape out of the backside of her blade. Again, just some nitpicky things that we could pick her up in her loin edge ever so slightly, maybe lengthen her out up front. I think we got one that's probably the best combination out here in terms of build and look. Again, that's probably just little things that I felt are for there, but no question in regards to width, in regards to being super opened up and robust in a rib cage and having that kind of mass and power, that one does get out and move awful good and handles all of her extra mass and power tremendously. Young lady's ewe lamb that comes next, right here from the side, that one's got some elevation up front. Again, that one's got a big rolled up back laid into her over her rack and loin. Again, when we get this one put together, her silhouette from the side, again, is very, very nice. Probably a little more powerfully constructed sheep as an individual. That one's big armed. That one's got lots and lots of shape and muscle. Again, not the prettiest thing out here, but no question in regards to width, mass, power, and still moving around very comfortably in terms of her skeletal design. I think that ewe puts a lot of good together. Young lady's ewe that comes next, definitely one that's chock full of power. That one's probably the ESTs in regards to being the most opened up, the biggest ended. Again, that one just spreads so much shape over her rack and loin. Probably a little bit more moderate out here in terms of her type and kind. For this particular gentleman, probably not a big turnoff there. I think when we set that one into motion, she's square on either end of her skeleton, and she's not the biggest booted thing out here, and she's not the most just tallest or most extended up front. Again, if we could just make her a little stouter in regards to her construction down low to match all that extra mass and width and shape she has over her body wall and over the top side of her skeleton, I think that's a ewe. When we set them in motion, have to appreciate how functional and square and loose she is, but as an individual, if we could just pick her up again in her front end, again, make her come just a little bit stouter in regards to overall just makeup down low, I think that's a ewe that packs in a tremendous punch when you get your hands on her. 3/4 view on that one's exceptional as well. Young lady's ewe lamb that comes next, again, probably just a little leveler across her top. This one's very, very good and functional as an individual. This one's very sound whenever we set her in motion. Again, just a female that from the side puts together a very, very nice look, a very, very nice female nonetheless as an individual. Young lady is going to round out our 8 here to my far left in regards to description.
describing them. This one's probably on the opposite end of the spectrum. This one is the neatest up front. Again, this one is super, super good and athletic in terms of how she puts her just skeleton together from the side. And I think with that being said, and I don't quite know what these things weigh, I think she's still very appropriate for this stage of maturity in regards to her shape, her handle, and her muscularity today. Again, is she just the ESTs in regards to being the most opened up, the thickest from behind, or just the most powerfully constructed female in here? Probably not. But in terms of her silhouette, in terms of setting them in motion, I think this one's a very good, athletic, loose-moving sheep, and again, still touches with the right kind of crisp shape there behind her blade. Again, still wide and deep over her edges. If you would put your hands together, an outstanding set of ewes, top to bottom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, first selection we'll have our grand champion breeding ewe showman. And your champion breeding ewe showman is Reese Haler from, that award is sponsored by Final Drive Show Supply. At this time, Judge Langmeyer will select the Supreme Champion breeding ewe. And your Supreme Champion breeding ewe, also coming out of the Southeast District, is Reese Haler. That is sponsored by Nathan Club Lambs and Sullivan Supply. Now select our Reserve Supreme breeding ewe. Reserve Supreme breeding ewe is Coburn Clausen, sponsored by Essential Show Feeds, Cooper Specialty Feeds, and Sullivan Supply. And your third overall breeding ewe goes to Sage Stoltz, sponsored by Essential Show Feeds, Cooper Specialty Feeds, and Sullivan Supply. Congratulations to all our breeding ewe champions. Yes, ma'am. We'll take a quick break to take pictures of our breeding ewe champions and be right back with the breeding does. I'd like to thank some more sponsors: DeKalb and State Line Ag, Albers Feedlot, Mitchell Equipment, Shriner Farms, J5 Design Group, Lancaster National, Citizens State Bank, Straight 8 Livestock, Kappa Ethanol, Pioneer Equipment, Richardson Livestock, Blue Team Weathers. I was trying to see whether Kappa Ethanol, you say it all. Yep. Dorn Cattle, Oryx Cattle, 212 Livestock Products, Grow with Battison Ranch, Sunglow, and ADM. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lost cell phone. We have a lost cell phone. If you find a cell phone with a Chiefs background, please bring it here to the announcer's stand. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the breeding doe selection in the 2025 Cornhusker Showdown. Coming in first, representing the Central District, is Colton Burt. He's the son of Danny and Carrie Burt from Spalding. He's 19 years old, and his doe's name is Beth. He's currently attending the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, majoring in animal science. He wants to pursue a career in insurance and raise show goats. He'd like to thank his mom for being his #1 supporter and the Went family, as well as the Fangmeyer family. Coming out of the South Central District, your champion was Justine Pope. She's the daughter of Jeff and Jeannie Pope from Shelton, Nebraska. She's 18, and her doe's name is Oki. She is attending Fort Scott Community College in Kansas this fall and is going to be on the livestock judging team before transferring to UNL to study animal science and vet science with plans to pursue a career in veterinary pharmacology. She'd like to thank Kennedy Migrill, Seth Williams, Taylor Lutenschlager, and WL Livestock for helping her throughout the year, and her family for always supporting her. Coming from the Western Shootout, your champion doe comes from Josie Wilson. She's the daughter of BJ and Jessica Wilson from North Platte. She's 14, and her doe's name is Sugar. She plans to go to vet school to specialize in embryo work and Magna Wave. She'd like to thank her mom and dad and her brother Levi for helping her. She'd also like to thank her entire show family and Judd and Alyssa Went for helping her as she works to grow her own goat herd and for putting on such a great stock show for stock show kids. Coming from the Northeast District, your champion was Cammie Held. She's the daughter of Keel and Heather Held from Lee. She's 18, and her doe's name is Wanda. She's attending UNL in the fall for agriculture education and minoring in agriculture communications. She's also starting to keep her show does and start flushing them to keep a herd out of them. Her parents, she'd like to thank for supporting her with what she loves doing the most and for taking her to all the different shows to succeed. Her siblings, McKenna, Leighton, and Zach. Jack Ritter for all the help in the barn. Bernard Asmus for driving countless hours to help her. And finally, thank you to the Cornhusker Showdown team. From the Highway 81 district, we have Ela Raber. She's the daughter of Landy and Megan Raber from Ashland. Her doe's name is Lily. She's looking forward to going to school to become a vet. She'd like to thank Alyssa and all the Showdown crew, along with her parents, brother, and her whole show family. From the North Central District, your champion was Corbin Seabrandt. He's the son of Jared and Kate Seabrandt from Pierce, Nebraska. He's 13, and his doe's name is Daisy. He's planning on enjoying every part of his high school career and college. He wants to keep his focus in the agricultural world with possibly entering the animal chiropractic industry. He's working alongside his family to help raise show goats in the near future. He'd like to thank his parents for always being on his side through good and bad. Grandpa and Grandma, thank you for being there to cheer him on and support him. Uncle Zach for pushing him to always do better. And Fletcher appreciates your coaching, advice, and help at shows and in the barn. From the River Shootout, your champion was Kyle Rehawk. Kyle's the son of Jeremy and Alicia Rehawk from Wisner. He's 19, and his doe's name is Barbie. He plans to finish college and get a bachelor's degree and pursue a career in livestock marketing. He'd like to thank his parents for supporting him throughout his show career. Without them, he never would accomplish what he has. His girlfriend for being by his side and helping along the way, and also like to thank the Berman family for raising this doe and their guidance. And finally, from the Southeast Showdown, your champion is Kinsey White. Kinsley is the daughter of Stuart and Mandy White from Springfield, Nebraska. She's 13, and her doe's name is Poppy. Kinsey is an 8th grader at Platteville Central. After high school graduation, she plans to attend college and become an anesthesiologist. Thank you to her parents for everything they do, making showing goats possible, to Paisley and Briggs for the teamwork in the barn every day, and to Grandpa Keith and the rest of the family for always supporting her. Huge thank you to the breeders, Went Show Goats, for raising and selling her Poppy. This is your lineup for champion breeding doe at the Cornhusker Showdown. Please give them all a big round of applause. Yeah, Ela Raber. She's in there. Ella? All right. Somebody get her name right. Ela. Okay, that's what I thought.
Or Raver, right?
Raber, yeah.
Raver.
Yep. Thank you, sir.
Once again, if you would, please help me in congratulating our finalists here at our breeding doe show. I think an exceptional set. I think all of these are highly presented. Again, out of District 1, a young man's white-headed doe. I think that one comes together with an awesome look from the side. That one touches and pets over her rack and loin with plenty of shape. Again, just a big-chested, big-armed, just stout-featured one. That, again, just in terms of body shape and being truly opened up and just have the right kind of shape and turn to her body cavity. Again, I think the young man does a nice job right here from the side getting her presented as well. Kind of a different one here in out of District 2. That one's, again, so opened up underneath. You catch that one coming and going, you just have to appreciate just how cracked open she is. That one, again, in terms of her base width is so impressive. That one's got lots of hair, lots of bone, lots of shag, if you will. I think from the outside, that one reads very, very stout, very, very just powerfully constructed in her own right. For that much hair, I guess I just wish she'd petted just with a little more shape of muscle, but I think in terms of her youthfulness, where she's at in this stage of maturity, I still think she's plenty acceptable as an individual. Gotta love the extra width. feature and just overwhelming power. That one views with from the outside off either end of her skeleton. Young Ladies Doe out of District 3. That one reads to me very, very maternal in regards to her type and kind. That one's deep-sided. That one's still level across her top. That one touches with some shape. Obviously, is she just the most rope-necked one out there, the sharpest fronted, or just the neatest built one from the side? Probably not. But I think in terms of brood doe fundamentals, being functional and sound first and still good in terms of her body shape, again, very maternalistic doe there in out of the 3rd district. Young Ladies Black-headed doe out of the 4th district, I think paints an awesome look right here from the side. That one's big-chested, going directly away. That one's so wide in terms of how she stands in regards to her base width. That one's ultra good and extended up front and smooth through the point of her shoulder. Again, that one's got some levelness across her top. I still think that one as an individual puts with some shape there. I think that one's got some turn in terms of her topside shape. Again, just a kind of a bigger made doe, if you will, just wider and more just out there in regards to her width down low. And I still think from the side puts together an awesome look. Very, very nice, beauty female in the making, no question. Young Ladies Doe that comes next. Very, very similar type and kind to the one that came out of District 3. This one's long-sided. This one's ultra good and maternal in her overall makeup. This one's plenty sound as an individual. Again, can we make her a little neater up in terms of how she attaches her head and neck on her shoulder? Absolutely. Can we shove her up in her chest ever so slightly? Sure. But I think in terms of covering the basic fundamentals, still putting with some shape, I think that's a very good fundamental kind of doe there out of that particular division. Young man that's directly behind her has one that has just so striking from the side. That one's so high in terms of how she attaches her head and neck out of the top side of her blade. I love the set to that one's knee, and I think when we set that one in motion, she carries some width and some round shape on still a flexible skeleton. No question right here from the side or in motion paints an awesome picture. Get your hands on her, you're not disappointed. That one touches with plenty of shape across her top, out of her head. Definitely one that paints an awesome silhouette. Young Man's Cape Doe that's next, definitely one in motion, very loose structured. This one's a little more moderate in terms of type and kind. That one's got some extension up front. Again, compared to the does maybe on either side of her, is she just overwhelming in regards to her shape up high? Probably not, but I think as an individual, again, she's got a little groove running down her top. Again, in terms of chest width, in terms of her look from the side, that's a very, very good bird doe in the making as well. Young Lady rounds out our divisions here on my far left with one that is, again, just so opened up, so stout featured and powerfully constructed. A big-bodied doe that, honestly, my favorite view of her is in motion. I still think she's plenty flexible. I think the way she carries her head and neck in motion is awesome. And again, I think for one that has that much width, has that much body, and still touches with plenty of shape up high for this stage in the game, I think that one's awful good as well. We got lots of heaters in here. If you would, put your hands together. We'll find you some champions.
And your champion Brenda Sherman is Kayla Hold. That was sponsored by Final Drive Supply. We'll now be selecting our Supreme Champion breeding doe. Our Supreme Champion breeding doe is the Kingsley White. It is sponsored by Columbus Bank and Trust and Sullivan Supply. Yes. Okay, I did that fast. Your Reserve Supreme Champion breeding doe is Corbin Seabrand, sponsored by Essential Show Feeds and Sullivan Supply. And your third overall breeding doe is exhibited by Kayla Hold, but is sponsored by Essential Show Feeds and Sullivan Supply. Heifer Showman will take a quick break for some pictures and then be back for the breeding heifer Supreme Champion selection. Yes. We have our first raffle drawing of the day for a crock pot and a cup. You've won the crock pot and cup. You've won your crock pot and cup. Please come up to the announcer stand to claim that prize. I'd like to thank our sponsors again, Set G Agri-Services and Engineering, Showrite, Pinnacle Bank, Bittler Farms, CPI, Weber Show Cattle, Ward Laboratories, 605 Sires and Donors, Ayler Club Lambs, RB Angus, Washington County Bank, Great Plains State Bank, Gateway Genetics, Wilson Show Cattle, Wahoo Livestock Sales, Olive Ranches, Hoblin Farms and JHL Livestock, BF Black Simmentals, Exarban, Gretna Co-op, Central Plains Milling and Frontier Co-op, Kirshner Club Lambs, Stoltz Exotics, Dinkles, T&L Irrigation, Riverview Homes, Langren Ranch, Upstream Ranch, Cusick Hardware and Lumber, Elite Ag, Sire Ethanol, Platte Valley Equipment, Farmers Union, Schroeder Genetics, Highway 75 Chemical, Element 93, and Farm Fierce. Thank you for your sponsorship of the Cornhusker Showdown.
Attention breeding heifers. We need you guys up to the ring. You're going to be going in here pretty quick. Breeding heifers to the ring.
The winner of a blanket and cup on the raffle was 0455184. 0455184.
You got it? All right. You. call me Garrett.
I thought she called you Jared.
Yeah. Maybe. I'll take whatever. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the selection of our champion breeding heifer at the 2025 Cornhusker Showdown. Coming in first from the South Central Showdown, we have Garrett Scholes. He's the son of Michael and Cheryl Scholes from Bertrand, Nebraska. He's 19, and his heifer's name is Lucy. He's planning to attend University of Nebraska-Lincoln to major in agribusiness and double minor in international trade and agriculture economics. He'd like to thank God, his parents, grandparents, and all his family members and friends. Representing the Western Shootout, your champion was Cade Croker, son of Casey and Amy Croker from Grant, Nebraska. He's 16, and his animal's name is Easy. He plans to attend Oklahoma State University and is interested in studying animal science. He'd like to thank his parents, Casey and Amy, and his brother Colton, the Hogan family, Glenn, Sonia Connor, and Hammy, and Alex McConnell, and Riley Kosmicki. Representing the Northeast region, your champion is Baker Beamer. Baker's the son of Adam and Laura Beamer from Hoskins, Nebraska. He's 15, and his heifer's name is Vegas. He plans to continue to grow his cattle herd, attend college, and pursue a career in agriculture. He'd like to thank his family for all of their help. Representing the Highway 81 Showdown, your champion is Grady Luby. He's the 10-year-old son of Brandon and Kristen Luby from Staplehurst. His heifer's name is Lacey. Grady is excited to start middle school this year and play tackle football. When he grows up, Grady wants to farm and have cattle, just like his dad. He'd like to thank his fitting crew, especially Uncle Trevor, the whole Nelson family, Sammy, Nate Coulterman, and Nate Tice, and all the family and friends who've come to cheer him on today and at other shows. I'd like to thank his dad and sister Tinley for many hours spent working in the show barn, and Mom and Cagney for cheering him on and keeping things going at home. Representing the North Central region is Briley Benish. She's the daughter of Kevin and Laura Benish from Pierce, Nebraska. Her heifer's name is Roxy. She's looking forward to continue to help in her family business, raising and showing cattle. Plans to graduate high school and go to college to study agriculture and animal science. She'd like to thank all her family and friends who help and support her throughout the year. From the River District, your champion is exhibited by Vienna Sells. She's the 12-year-old daughter of Courtney Sells from Utan, Nebraska, with her heifer named Tally. She plans to continue showing livestock with the goal of someday winning a major, then go on to college for business and hopefully do mergers and acquisitions. She'd like to thank her mother, who makes all of this possible, the Caldwell, especially Todd and Aunt Liv, her little brother Knox, who's her daily wash partner, Jaron and Troy, who help her out, and all her fitters, friends, and family who support her goals. And finally, from the Southeast region, your champion is Kaden Cisco. She's the 19-year-old daughter of Jason and Krista Cisco from Oto, Nebraska. Her heifer's name is KTS Dolly. She'll graduate from the University of Concordia with an exercise science degree with the goal of becoming a physical therapist. She'd like to thank her parents for always supporting her dreams and whatever path she's chosen. She'd like to thank her brother for putting in all the extra work at home, allowing her to continue showing while playing volleyball at college. Ladies and gentlemen, those are your breeding heifers for the champion selection in the Cornhusker Showdown. Please give them a big round of applause.
Well, hey, thank you everybody for coming out and supporting these young people. This is a great crowd. It's been an awesome atmosphere here. We got a lot more shows to go through, but as they're doing a little tabulation over there, I'm going to make a few comments. I'm not going to bore you. We all talk these cattle. This one up here in the first one, we land on her. It's because, she is a long-fronted, long-sided, bold-ribbed, thick-made heifer that's showing a little udder, a September main heifer there like that. The blaze face one here is got big, good feet on her. I like her silhouette here from the side. She balances nicely. She's got a little extra dimension to her as well. Good heifer there with a quality look. A little stout, thick one right here with a lot of power and substance. Real heavy bone, big bodied, bold made heifer here that you really like just when you get in behind her and study the dimension she has. Another real pretty, fresh, beautiful fronted heifer here that's very angular and awesome in her balance. A moderate, powerful, big ribbed one here with kind of neat features. Beautiful, feminine Charolais heifer here that's very sound and correct and petite and angular. So we love a lot of things about all these cattle. There's some exceptional females out here. It's been fun to work through. You're going to hear more from us, but let's put our hands together. Let's get loud for these young people. These are great heifers. We're going to move right on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, first we will select your champion breeding heifer showman. And your champion breeding heifer showman is Vienna Searles. The award is sponsored by Champion Feeders and Final Drive Show Supply. Now we'll select your supreme champion breeding heifer of the 2025 Cornhusker Showdown. And your supreme champion breeding heifer comes from Barry Benish. The award is sponsored by Snow Show Cattle and Sullivan Supply. And now for the selection of your reserve supreme breeding heifer. And your reserve supreme breeding heifer comes from Gary Scholes and is sponsored by Farmers Co-op, Myers Family, and Sullivan Supply. And your third overall breeding heifer comes from Grady Lobby and is sponsored by Aubrey Angus, Myers Family, and Sullivan Supply. Thank you to Champion Feeders for sponsoring our heifer buckles today. Now we're going to take pictures of our champion breeding heifers. I'm going to turn it over to Bert Carlisle, who is going to do a feeding demo for you.
There you are. It's on, buddy. We run out of this by the way.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here on behalf of Essential Feeds. Obviously, pretty local here, relatively local to the state of Nebraska. So it's a privilege to host, or not host, but to kind of be here with you here today and to be a sponsor of such a good event that everybody has done an outstanding job here piecing together for you today. So before we go any further, one last time, put your hands together and thank everybody that's kind of made this possible for you here today. Again, obviously we got all 4 species here represented, and so I don't want to get too specific in terms of kind of what we cover or what we dive in today. So if you got questions, don't hesitate to come find me, and we can dive in maybe to your question just a little bit more. But again, Essential Feeds kind of hangs our hat on you know, making a quality product that's the same every time that you get it. We want to hang our hat on consistency and quality, and so that's kind of what we want to focus on, not only just on the feed side, but on the supplement side as well. And so, you know, today, obviously, as we mentioned, we got all 4 species represented to a very, very high level today. You guys that are here obviously know what you're doing in order to get to this point. Everything that's been through the ring so far yet today has been dialed in, and so maybe not necessarily going to tell you something that you're not totally familiar with, but today again I kind of want to cover over you know, maybe some of our supplement lines that maybe some of you are familiar with, but some of you aren't necessarily familiar with, and again, if you got questions, don't hesitate to come find me. So again, it's an honor to be here, and again, if you have questions, don't hesitate to stop and raise your hand. So, you know, first one, you know, as we think about all 4 species here, and something that can be utilized to a very, very high degree in all species. One of the first product that we kind of want to mention or to cover today will be a product we call Belly Down. Belly Down be a high fiber kind of cob-based product that you can use to add fill or physical fill, or use to hold them if you need to in all 4 species. That's one that's we've seen a tremendous amount of growth with and a tremendous amount of popularity in. And so again, as I think all 4 species, I think that's a supplement that you should be utilizing in your feeding rotation. Again, you can use it to kind of bulk up their feed, add more physical fill, more belly to those animals, or again, if you need to dial back the grain and the energy and just hold them for a little while, it's an excellent product to just kind of again add bulk with just to their ration, their diet, to add some fill there and take some calories away. Next one, again, I want to cover, it's maybe probably a little more popular that, again, everybody's probably familiar with, would be a product kind of add. And again, highly recommend that for kind of the last 60 to 90 days before your targeted show, out to maybe 100, 120, bulk them up, and kind of push them through that green phase. You know, again, you know, as we think about, you know, as we get to these shows and some of the things that we can utilize to, you know, kind of push them through and to get them ready from maybe a drench and preparation standpoint. You know, obviously, I think a lot of people here would probably be preparation standpoint. You know, obviously, I think a lot of people here would probably be familiar with a product called Keeping On. That's another one. I think no matter what you're here showing, with a product called Keeping On. That's another one. I think no matter what you're here showing, no matter what species, you can utilize that product to question to them. You know, again, in particular, animals that we're handling out here from a judge's perspective, if you need to add some freshness and some shape, some expression, highly recommend utilizing that product no matter what species you have in your barn. One we like to pair it up with, in particular, in small ruminant animals, and again, and so, you know, maybe in the swine species as well, would be a product called Uniform. Uniform would be a very high energy, very high fat, kind of sugar-based drench that we can use to kind of, again, add some fat and some cover to them. So again, you know, that's just another product that you know, we can utilize, you know, 4 or 5 days, week out, kind of push them through to get them there, you know,
get them out of that skinny kind of green phase and kind of get them ready. So again, I'll be around here if you have any questions. Please stop me and ask me. We'd be happy to help you find what you need, find somebody that carries what you need. But again, I want to help you utilize essential feeds in your daily feeding rotation. So again, my congratulations to everybody that's made it here. You guys have done an outstanding job getting these animals presented. I wish everybody the best of luck here as we work into our market portion of the afternoon, and it's been a privilege to be here for you today. Probably a little shorter than, but
All right, we have another raffle winner. The winner of the scooter is Eli Raber. Eli Raber, you have won the scooter. Please come up to claim your prize. Market swine exhibitors, this is your first call. Market swine exhibitors, first call. It's dry over here in the show ring. Market hall exhibitors, if you'd come to the pig barn, we will have a tent to get you from the pig barn over to the show arena. Again, we're setting up a tent to get you from the hog barn to the show arena. All right, we're ready for the selection of our champion market hog in the 2025 Cornhusker Showdown. Coming in first, representing the Central District, is Caden Kowalski. Caden is the son of Kyle and Rochelle Kowalski from Loop City. His barrel's name is Ted. His future plans including return back home after college and continue to raise show pigs for his operation, CK Livestock. I would like to thank his family for supporting him and allowing him to show and raise livestock. I'd also like to thank the breeders and friends who've gotten him to this point. And most importantly, I'd like to thank God for blessing him with these experiences. Coming in next from the South Central District is Mackenzie Brennan. Mackenzie is the daughter of Kyle and Sarah Brennan from Kearney. Her hog's name is Honey. She is attending Kansas State University this fall and will be majoring in animal science with a minor in nutrition. She'd like to thank the community that surrounds her, her parents, Wyatt Stevens and the Lammers family, everyone who helps her during show days. Sydney Jenkins, Lyndon Califf, and so many other people. She wouldn't be here without you. Coming in next is Baker Kuprichka from the Western District. He's the son of Dan and Tara Krupichka from North Platte, Nebraska. He's 12 and his barrel's name is Iceman. In the future, he'd like to go to the University of Nebraska Lincoln for something ag-related. He enjoys working with pigs and cattle and hopes to make a career involving one of them. He'd like to thank God because without him, he wouldn't be able to have this passion, and also his parents, his sister Leah, as well as the breeders Corey McDonald, Paul Peterson, and Kent Kinninger. From the Northeast District, we have Cameron Molina. She's the 16-year-old daughter of Brent and Rachel Molina. Her hog's name is Chisel. Hey guys, it's kind of tough to do it and have you yell in my ear. His future plans include graduating from high school in 2027 and then attending college with an undecided major, preferably in the medical or agricultural field. Continue to show pigs and help his brothers along the way. He'd like to thank his mom, dad, and his brothers, Cruz and Cannon, for always supporting him and helping him achieve his goals. Also, his grandparents and the Goss family for their support. And one last thank you to Alyssa and the Cornhusker board. Coming from the Highway 81 Showdown is Landon Schaefer. Landon is the son of Matt and Nikki Schaefer from Staples. Well, tell them to write less. Matt and Nikki Schaefer from Staplehurst, Nebraska. The animal's name is Big X, and he plans to be either a farmer or a mechanic. He'd like to thank his parents, his brother Braden, his grandparents Julie Schaefer, Carl Jacobson, and Stuart Show Pigs. From the North Central District, we have Cade Godikin, the 14-year-old son of Kyle and Jill Godikin from Platte Center. His pig's name is Rookie. His future plans include going to college and to study animal science and return to the family farm and cow-calf operation. He'd like to thank God for the opportunity to show pigs and be with people who share the same passion as he does. He wants to thank the Went and Molina families along with the junior board for their work in putting together this wonderful event, and also like to thank the Califf family for their continued support. Coming from the River Shootout, we have Ava Carnap. She is the daughter of David and Shanna Carnap from West Point, and her hog's name is Harry. She plans to attend the University of Nebraska and major in pre-vet education and animal science. She'd like to thank her parents for all their support and long hours in the barn and driving to shows. From the Southeast District, our final participant is Diego Velasco. Diego is the son of Brent and Aaron Steinhoff from Syracuse. His hog's name is Phoenix. He plans on being a collegiate livestock judging team, majoring in agribusiness at Garden City Community College. He'd like to thank his parents and all his friends who have been by his side this show season. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your market hog lineup for the 2025 Cornhusker Showdown.
Well, let's give this Market Hog division a really big round of applause. Really nice set of them. Got a little rain, things cooled off a little bit. We got a really nice drive of Market Hogs, bows, and gilts out here. We'll talk them quickly, and then we'll get you into a top three. Young man, you want to start? This belted bow here is one that's very neat from the side. That one's heads up, good looking, really big and bold in his chest and blade. He's got great shape of muscle, reach and range of motion's very good. A little outside of himself, maybe as you step right in behind him, we could hook him up in a ham loin just a little bit better there, but just awesome in terms of how that guy projects himself from the profile. We got a predominantly white barrow here. That's another one that's just tremendous in his profile and balance. Big forearm, broad in his chest. He's got big shape right over the top of his shoulder. Reaches and goes very good. Everything fits together nicely on this one. He could progress wider in his loin as it feeds into the front side of his hip, but certainly a hog that I think does a lot of things in the right ways. Got a belted barrow here that's another one that's heads up and tall-shouldered, really opened up as he drives at you, very flexible as he crosses the ring. Maybe a little extra set to that hind leg. We could get him a little better there in his ham loin junction as well, but really a broad-built one with a neat look out there through his front end. We got another thin belted barrow here that's very proportionate in his balance from the side. Great turn to his upper rib. Tremendous shape as you study that guy up high and from behind. Front leg could be just a shade bigger, front foot in particular there, but good proportions, very fresh, and I really like the hip and hind leg built in that guy. Calico gilt over here is another one that's tremendous from the profile. She's got an excellent head shape, great big legs and extra hair. The presentation here is good. This is another hog that I think fits together very, very well from the side. She's got a fresh shape up high. She's maybe not geared as wide at the ground as a few other ones, but just in terms of how she proportions, I think that's another hog you have to like quite a bit. Whoever else. Off belted barrow here's another one. Very well presented and fresh. This one's got a great big fluffy back in him, a big hip. Hip and hind leg works excellent. This hog's very comfortable to have that kind of shape up high, and I really like those things about him. A little bigger eared. He's another one we could make just a little smoother there in his hip loin junction, but so fresh, very comfortable, good turn to his body there as well. Got a belted barrow here that's excellent in his look up front, really tall at the point of his shoulder and seamless in his design. Love the extra shape that guy has, and front 1/3 is just outstanding. A little shorter in his rump, and because of that, he's a little shorter in his rear step, but certainly a high-quality pig with just an excellent look about his front end. Got a bigger barrow here that's just busted open from the ground up. Got a neat look about his skull. He's tall at the point of his shoulder. He reaches and goes comfortably out here. He's got muscle everywhere as you study him up high. He's maybe not as cute and as youthful, perhaps, in his look, but certainly a big, powerful, stout kind of a barrel with a lot to him and still reads comfortable. I think I got them all. Again, congratulations to these kiddos. We'll select you a champion showman and a top three, but let's give them a really nice round of applause.
All right, we'll have our selection of the grand champion Market Hog Showman.
I think so.
Is Baker Kopechka. That is sponsored by Final Drive Show Supply. This time our judge Seth will select your supreme champion Market Hog. And your supreme champion Market Hog is Ava Carna from the River Shootout. That is sponsored by Climate Show Team and Sullivan Supply. Now ready for the selection of our reserve. And your reserve supreme champion Market Hog is Cade Gardican. That is sponsored by Mitchell Equipment and Sullivan Supply. On to the third overall. And your third overall market hog is Landon Schaefer, that is sponsored by Essential Show Foods and Sullivan Supply. Take a quick break to take pictures of our market hogs, and we'll be back with the market lambs. I'd like to thank our sponsors again, 999 Welding, B&L Cattle, Laminated Wood Systems, Cross Creek Animal Health Center, Cross Farms, Biggs Feed Yard, Pig Express, Bottom Hill Farms, Klug Trucking, Duffy and Sons, Friends and Family, Prospect Hills Farms, Tri-County Ag, Camp Tan Ranch. There's a York pig in the parking lot that is loose. If you have your pigs in the parking lot behind the announcer stand, you have a York pig that is running loose in the parking lot. Once again, our sponsors, thank you to Weber Show Cattle, Warren Show Steers, Aber Tees, Grant Mill Services, Cooperative Supply, Olson Club Lambs, Bronco Spur, Ken's Trailer, Q-Dog Consulting, Oak Valley Farms, Village Pharmacy, Triple S Cattle, Obermeyer Farms, Lambrick Ranch, Bowie Fertilizer, Benish Cattle Company, Hild Brothers Showstock, Schulte Angus, Sandage Angus, Friday Show Steers, Pinners, McNeil Beef, Andrew Livestock, WL Livestock, King of the Ring, Forester Farms, Eden Events Gifts and Floral, Hodson Livestock, Gideon Show Pigs, Beaver Hardware, Mandy Weber with Weber Law, 4S Service and Repair, Volk Livestock, Ron Simonson, Church Livestock, Midwest Connection, Jill and Kyle Godikin, Dave Strobel, Torn Creek Insurance, TBR Incorporated, Titan Machinery, Ashley Chatham with David Realty, Holsteins Unlimited, Dunk Cattle, Barta Angus, Skibinski Showstock, Dostal Show Cattle, Williams Show Goats, Altman Show Pigs, Gale Show Cattle, DJS Show Horns, Brickhouse Outdoor Living, Pick and Paw Livestock, Two Sisters and a Barn, Loaf and Holtz Show Pigs, K-Bear, KNLV, and CK Livestock. Market Lambs, we need you to the makeup area. Market Lambs, the makeup area, please. All right, we have some raffle winners. The winner of the backpack, check your tickets. The winner of the backpack is 0455 200. 0455 200. And the winner of the cooler,
Jack Jacobs. Okay, I guess that, yeah.
and the winner of the cooler is Jack Jacobs. Jack Jacobs. Troy L. You have won a blanket. Troy L. The ticket number is 455203.
And then these are some scooter ones. We have a bunch of raffles left, so
Okay.
I don't know if you want to do them all now or what. Because we still have
More
two.
scooters. Oh, gotcha. So these are all scooters. We got lots of scooters. Oh, okay.
More raffle winners. Winner of a scooter, Cruise M. Cruise M. That is ticket number 537142. 537142. Also a winner of a scooter, Travis W. As 0455212. Travis W. Another scooter winner, 0455023. 0455023. And our final one, 0455084. And that is 0455084. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for our champion market lamb selection. Coming in from the Central District is Taya Hamilton. She is the daughter of Kent and Kathy Hamilton from Lee with her lamb named Tux. She's currently studying to be a real estate agent. She'd like to thank her family, her mom and dad, Abby and Spencer Sutton, and Sage, Judd, and Alyssa, as well as the barn helpers, Berkeley, Berlin, Bronx, Cody, Taylor, Aspen, Beckham, Timmy, and Brody. Coming from the South Central District with Colburn Clayson, daughter of Lance and Aaron Clayson from Beaver City. She's 14 and her lamb's name is Marvel. She will be a freshman this fall at Cambridge High School and will participate in volleyball, basketball, and FFA while continuing to show sheep and cattle. She also looks forward to being a YGB counselor. She'd like to thank her whole family and extend a special thank you to the Murdoch family for raising some exceptional sheep. Coming in from the Western Shootout is Cooper Dudden. He's the son of Chris and Aaron Dudden from Bird, Nebraska. He's 15 and his lamb's name is Clyde. His future plans are to go to Hollywood and be a movie star. But then if that doesn't work out, he plans on going to college on a livestock judging scholarship. He'd like to thank his mom and dad for giving him the opportunity to be part of the ag industry and raising competitive show lambs like Clyde. He'd also like to thank his Uncle Kyle, who helps him dial in lambs, and so many others that are too numerous to name. From the Northeast District, your champion is Brave Vanisdal. Bree's the daughter of Kimberly and Eric Vanisdal from Hoskins. She's 15 and her animal's name is Bruce the Hulk Banner. She'd like to attend UNL to major in actuarial science. Thank you to Justin, her dealer, Stanley, her chauffeur, Kimberly, her supplier, and Tori, her fashion designer. Shout out to Bob and Cole for all their help, and last but not least, her sheep stylist, Ethan and Gordon. From the Highway 81 Showdown, we have Grayson Arbuck. Grayson is the daughter of Jason and Ashley Arbuck from Fairmont, Nebraska. Her lamb's name is Gat. When she grows up, she wants to be a veterinarian. She'd like to thank her parents for all their help on their projects and thank Mark and Ryan Hasselbrook with Hasselbrook Show Lambs for their help and guidance throughout her years of showing. From the North Central Showdown, we have Sage Stoltz. She's the 11-year-old daughter of John and Sam Stoltz from Elgin. Her animal's name is Louie. Sage is going in the 5th grade this year and enjoys showing sheep and cattle and is excited for the opportunity to be here. Stoltz would like to thank Nathan Club Lambs family for their support this year, and also thank you to all the people that help and coordinate the Cornhusker Showdown. Coming from the River Shootout, your champion was Crew Freeland. Crew's the son of Travis and Katie Freeland from Gretna, Nebraska. He's 15, and his lamb's name is Bronco. He plans to own a successful business one day and wants to keep learning and working hard to become the best showman he can be. He'd like to thank his dad for always being there and keeping him motivated and consistent. Also, big thank you to Justin Nathan and everyone at Nathan Club Lambs. From the Southeast District, your winner is Lexi McCaffrey. Lexi's the daughter of Ken and Lisa McCaffrey from Creighton, Nebraska. She's 17 and her lamb's name is Simon. She's entering her senior year at Creighton High School where she's the FFA chapter vice president. After high school, she plans to show lambs until she ages out in Nebraska and plan on attending college to study animal science and compete with her young horse up to 3 levels of 3-day eventing. She'd like to thank her family for being her biggest supporters and Mark and Ryan Hasselbrook for their help, and to her show family back in California, and a big thank you goes out to her friend and equestrian Olympian Liz Halliday. That is your market lamb lineup for the 2025 Cornhusker Showdown. Please give them a big round of applause.
All right, well, we're getting the cards in here, and we're having a good time. The music is great. We got some awesome livestock here, some great showmen. Just some of the highlights I see, not to bore anybody. This blue sheep up here is thin-hided and hard-handling, super trim and expressive. The ewe there in second in the lineup, really one that's got a lot of presence. She's tall-fronted, good-looking, got some extension. A really nice sheep there, young lady does a great job with. The third one here is a stoutie. You get on either end of him, he is massive and opened up and wide from behind. I love that. Another big, tall-shouldered, extended wether there that's fourth in the lineup with some feature and bone and length of neck. We love that about him. This next one right here, the young lady's getting into, is a huge-footed one that's got an awesome touch and handle to him. He looks really good in motion when you circle him around. I love that about him. This next one is one stout one again. He is wide and square and huge, about his stifle there. Love that. This blue sheep, that one's got some presence to him. That is a really intriguing sheep that moves awesome, handles great. And then we got another one down here on the end that is big racked and big hipped and muscular and awesome carcass sheep with a lot of extras to him as well. This was a fun lineup. I actually enjoyed the sheep were awesome. I thought they were the deepest species in terms of quality in where I was at, and it definitely looks like that's the same all the districts. Had a lot of fun. Let's go get us a few champions here. Put your hands together for them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're first on the selection of your champion Market Lamb Showman. And champion showman is Taylor Hamilton, sponsored by Steiner Drive Show Supply. Next, we'll have the selection of your supreme champion Market Lamb of the 2025 Cornhusker Showdown. And that champion is from Crow Foreign, sponsored by Fall Weather Club Runs and Sullivan Supply. And coming up, the reserve selection. Reserve champion Market Lamb goes to Grayson Arbach, sponsored by J5 Design Group and Sullivan Supply. And now your third overall selection. And your third overall Market Lamb is Sage Stoltz, sponsored by Oil Club and Sullivan Supply. Congratulations to our Market Lamb champions. Market Goat Showman, first go to Market Board. Market Goat Showman, Market Board.
some big, big plans. Build a little house out on some hand-me-down land. Find a little island where we're gonna get tan. There we take our kids down there one day, and I know she wouldn't mind if I did a little something like flying to fly. Overnight to paradise and late tonight, and I'ma put a diamond on her hand. She don't know I got some big, big plans. She don't know I got some big, big plans. She don't know. Already bought a ring. Hid it in the bottom left drawer right beside the sink. Johnny Emerald diamond on a brand new bed. Asked her mama for permission and her daddy for a hand. I got some big, big plans. Build a little house out on some hand-me-down land. Find a little island where we're gonna get tan. There we take our kids down there one day, and I know she wouldn't mind if I did a little something like flying to fly. Overnight to paradise and late tonight, and I'ma put a diamond on her hand. She don't know I got some big, big plans. She don't know I got some big, big plans. Well, here I go, 'cause right now we're back in her hometown, and I'm down on one knee. I guess you finally figured out I'm going.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for the selection of our champion market goat. Coming out of the Central District, your champion is Taylor Hamilton. She's the daughter of Kent and Kathy Hamilton from Lee, Nebraska, with her market goat named Thor. She's currently studying to be a real estate agent. She'd like to thank her family, Abby and Spencer Sutton, Sage, Judd, Alyssa, and her barn helpers, Berkeley, Braylon, and Bronx, and Cody and Taylor, Aspen, Beckham, Timmy, and Brody. Coming from the South Central District, your champion is Sutton Ganglish. She's the daughter of Steve and Megan Ganglish from Kearney, Nebraska. Her market goat's name is Birch. Sutton is going to the 5th grade at Faith Christian School. She enjoys playing volleyball, basketball, and showing horses. Sutton looks forward to many more years showing goats. She'd like to thank her dad, mom, grandparents, Spencer and Abby Smith, and Smith Livestock, as well as her sisters, for all their help this year. From the Western Shootout, your winner was Paisley Homestead. She's the daughter of Ben and Tana Homestead from Grant, Nebraska. She's 13, and her goat's name is Simon. She plans to attend the University of Nebraska and pursue a degree in animal science or health sciences, with plans to later study in veterinary medicine or medicine to become an orthopedic surgeon. She'd like to thank her parents for helping her with her livestock projects, and Riley Kaminsky for helping her in a number of ways. She'd also like to thank Bobby Strecker and Reagan Gitlin for their mentorship. Coming from the Northeast District, your champion was Brantley Went. He's the son of Travis and Diana Went from Lee, Nebraska, with his goat Snoop Dogg. He plans to enjoy his 6th grade year at Lee Community Schools and is looking forward to showing his goats and cattle at Nebraska State Fair, as well as the American Royal. Brantley would like to thank his mom and dad for giving him the opportunity to show livestock and helping out whenever needed. Also, thanks to his brothers and sister, Papa Keith, Grandma, Grandpa, Mandy Stewart, and his cousins along the way. Coming in next from the Highway 81 Showdown is Breckton Hirschfeld. He's the son of Chad and Misty Hirschfeld from Benedict, with his goat DWT. He plans to attend a 2-year college and then go to work at Holstein's Unlimited Dairy. He'd also like to thank his family, Spencer, Abby, and Hoblins, for their help and support. Coming from the North Central District, we have Corbin Seabrandt. Corbin's the son of John and Kate Seabrandt from Pierce. He's 13, and his goat does not have a name. He plans on enjoying every part of his high school career and keep his focus in the agricultural world, possibly entering the animal chiropractic industry. He'd like to thank his parents for being by his side. Grandma and Grandpa, thank you for always being there. Uncle Zach, thank you for pushing him to be better, and Fletcher for all your coaching. Coming from the River Shootout, your champion was Taryn Sudik. Taryn is the daughter of Tyler and Kelly Sudik from Coresco. She's 16, and her goat's name is Teddy. She plans to attend college for ag sales and continue showing goats and pigs. She'd like to thank her parents and family, as well as Seth Williams, for giving her the opportunity and help throughout the year. And our final goat exhibitor from the Southeast Showdown is Paisley Wright. Paisley is the 15-year-old daughter of Stuart and Mandy White from Springfield, with her goat named Soldier. Paisley is a sophomore at Platteview High School, and after graduation, she plans to attend college and pursue a career in the medical field. A big thanks goes out to her parents for encouraging her and sharing her passion for showing goats, to her grandpa Keith, Aunt Dee, and family, as well as the breeders Winch Show Goats. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your lineup for the champion selection of the 2025 Cornhusker Showdown. Please give them a big round of applause.
Test, 1, 2. Once again, if you would congratulate these exhibitors with me, an outstanding market goat drive. No question, I think through and through, I think all of these goats in terms of quality, again, most of them touch with some muscle, some real width, some real shape, and I appreciate that. I'm actually going to commend all of you youngsters on your showmanship. I think that's quite impressive. If you would, one more round of applause. I think all these exhibitors, I know they're getting a little frisky, but they all walked in, again, got those goats driving. Again, I think as a whole, as a group, I commend them for that. Again, out of our first division, or out of our first district, if you will, I think we got a goat that's probably a little immature out here as an individual, but there's no question. I think in regards to being just coming so opened up in his chest, leaves you with so much width. I think the stoutness of his forearm, the heaviness of his structure, and how opened up he is in regards to a skeleton has, I think pound for pound, has simply fueled so much topside dimension. That one's got a big turn to his lower stifle. I think the young lady does an awesome job getting him presented from the side. He wants to be a jerk in motion, and I understand that, but I still think his head and neck rests on top of his blade. Again, I think for that much width, for being that opened up and that powerfully constructed, again, right here from the side is probably my favorite view of him. A young lady here out of our second district has one that's super up front. It has some extension, again, in terms of head and neck. I think we set that particular rascal in motion. He's plenty flexible. Biggest question you got to ask, is that one have enough? Is that one opened up enough? Does that one have enough just true, genuine turn to his upper rib cage when I get my hands on him? That's the question I think we need to ask about that one. Young lady's walking the one that's next. Big arm, big feet. Big feet, super stout in regards to his feature. That one does want to run uphill as well. I guess if I'm going to get ultra nitpicky on this one, I do wish he just touched a little crisper there over his rack and line, stepping behind him, and I wish he just again, viewed with more outer turn to his lower leg and stifle. But no question right here from the side is my favorite view of him. He's elevated up front. He's got a huge arm and a giant set of feet and legs. Young lady does an outstanding job showing that one as well. Young man directly behind her with the right-headed goat. A little bit different in terms of type and kind. This one's more moderate. Again, this one's opened up in his chest. This one's round in terms of his body shape. And again, I think when we get this one set in motion, he does come with some extension up front. I think that one moves plenty good. Is he just as overwhelming out of his upper hip and just in terms of power? Is maybe some heavier dose on either side of him? Probably not. But I think if you evaluate him as an individual, that one's, again, super opened up underneath. That one touches good and crisp there over his rack and line. Again, that one's got a good expressive turn to his outer leg. Again, one of the more immature ones out here as an individual, no question. Young man brings this one out here next. One of the heavyweight goats out here, I think from the outside. Again, that one's big-bodied. That one's super square over the backside of his shoulder. That one's got some width underneath. The biggest question on this guy, again, he's got some shape. He has some body shape. Again, he puts with plenty of spread up high. Does that one have enough feature down low? Can he match his extra width up high with enough true foot size and stoutness? We'll set that guy in motion. He just hinges a little tighter there out of his hip, but no question, right here from the side or hands on, that one does spread with plenty of shape. A different one here behind him. This one's built extremely trendy right here from the side. This one's up fronted. I think my best view of this particular animal is in motion, no question. I think this one's free moving. Again, he's more laid back in his angles off either end. If I'm going to nitpick him, I just want to lift him up right there in the way he sets his tail there. Again, if I could lift him up there, make him come just a little leveler there out of his hip, I think that's a goat in terms of the front 3/4 or 2/3 of his body is awful good. And again, no question, one of my favorites in motion. Young lady brings us a wide, square boxing one next. And I think from the outside, this one leads with a huge arm, gigantic feet. And I think this particular goat has plenty of muscle in the individual. If I'm going to get nitpicky on this one, probably just needs to touch just a little fresher there over his rack and line. But I think if you step back off and evaluate that one in motion in terms of his body type and the way his body is shaped, I think that's a wide, round-bodied goat that's got plenty of thickness from directly behind the set of them, but no question right here from the side, and in motion's plenty sound. Young lady's got to run out here out of District 8. I think right here from the side is just so fundamentally good. I think in terms of squareness, as he opened up enough, I see just the ESTs everywhere. I don't quite know if there's one particular area where he just outmasses the rest, or maybe just in terms of local presence is the most out there looking one. But I think in terms of basic fundamentals and basic build, this one's got enough width underneath. I think this one touches extremely good in round in regards to his shape. Just a very good, fundamentally good gallop there out of our 8th district. If you would put your hands together, we'll find us some champions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, first we'll do the selection of your champion market goat showman. And your champion market goat showman is Tyler Hamilton, sponsored by Final Drive Show Supply. And now we'll move forward into the selection of your supreme champion market goat. That goes to Town Sudic, sponsored by Bounds Warrior Showgoats, Osman's Livestock, and Sullivan Supply. Your reserve supreme champion market goat goes to Tyler Hamilton, sponsored by Richardson Livestock, Bolton Leathers, and Sullivan Supply. Your third overall market goat selection goes to Corbin Seabrand, tonight is sponsored by Essential Show Feeds and Sullivan Supply. We'll take pictures with those champions and move into our final selection of the day, the champion market beef. Congratulations to our market goat winners.
Market beef, please start heading to the ring. Market beef, please start heading to the ring.
Market beef need to be up to the ring. Goats are finishing their last picture. Market beef, we need you at the ring.
Market beef, I need you to makeup area immediately. Market beef to the makeup area immediately. And now we're ready for our final selection, the market beef from the Central Showdown. Your champion is Macon Bonsack. Macon is the child of Jason and Danny Bonsack from Dannenbrog. With his steer, Larry. He plans to attend University of Nebraska-Lincoln, majoring in agronomy. Someday he'd like to return to the family farm where he will raise and produce quality products for the American consumer. He'd like to thank his brother Weston, his parents, Joe Leo, Jefferson Killer, and everyone else that's helped him outside the ring. From the South Central District, your exhibitor is Autumn Dietz. Autumn is the daughter of Thad and Hillary Dietz from Pleasanton, Nebraska. She's 8 years old, and her steer's name is Babs. She's looking forward to going to the 3rd grade and continue to show cattle and grow her herd. She'd like to thank her parents and her sisters, Ava and Ash, and Reed and Abby Parker, and everyone who has helped her with her cattle along the way. From the Western Shootout, we have Cade Croker. Cade is the 16-year-old son of Casey and Amy Croker from Grant, Nebraska, with his steer Larry. He plans to attend Oklahoma State University and interested in studying animal science. He'd like to thank his parents, Casey and Amy, and his brother Colton, Riley Kosmicki, and Lucan Club Lambs, and Lucan family. From the Northeast, we have Avery Kester. Avery is the daughter of Dennis and Wendy Kester from Lee, Nebraska, with her steer Axel. She is planning to explore her interest in a future career and enjoy high school. She'd like to thank her mom and dad for the countless hours spent with her sister Aspen, Skylar and Sydney Weber, and Storm, Colin, Colton, and Keaton for their help. From Highway 81 District, we have Oakley Jelinek, daughter of Nate and Tori Jelinek from Osceola. She is 11 years old, and her heifer's name is Kendall. She plans on going to college and maybe be a livestock photographer. She'd like to thank her mom, dad, and sister for helping her with her heifer, and thank her show family fitters and cheering section. From the North Central region, the champion is Colin Rasmussen. Colin's the son of Curtis Rasmussen and Jana. He is from Albion, Nebraska, is 15. His steer's name is Bubba. He plans to finish high school with a focus on agriculture and continue working on his family farm. He wants to build on what he learned growing up, gaining new skills to help the farm grow. A big thanks to his family, especially his brothers, for always being there for him. Thanks to the fitting crew for helping make things fun. From the River District, your champion is Vienna Sells from Utan, Nebraska. She is the daughter of Courtney Sells with her steer Lansing. She plans to continue showing livestock with a goal of someday winning a major, then go to college for business and hopefully do mergers and acquisitions. She'd like to thank her mother who makes all this possible, the Caldwell family, especially Todd and Aunt Liv, her brother Knox, Jen, and Troy. And from the Southeast region, your champion is Dayton Dorn. Dayton is the daughter of Colin and Andrea Dorn from Adams, Nebraska. She's 13 with her steer named Jeff. She's got a long ways to go. When it comes time for college, she'd like to pursue a degree in agriculture and participate in livestock judging. She'd like to thank her parents, who are her biggest supporters, role models, and motivators, her brother for being the best barn help, and last but not least, everybody that helps her in and out of the barn, the best support system ever. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your lineup for the champion market beef at the 2025 Cornhusker Showdown. Please give them all a big round of applause.
All right, well, we're here to the end of the day. Thank you guys for hanging around and watching and supporting these young people. It's awesome to end here. I want to say thank you to the whole crew that puts this on, all the amazing directors and Alyssa, everybody that kind of really had a big role in this. I want to definitely commend you on your effort. I had a great time coming up here. We had a lot of fun traveling around, me and my traveling buddy, and our family came up here again, and so we've enjoyed it a bunch. Just a few comments before we go. A nice steer here that's got a good look to him. It's been presented well, you know, adequate in terms of muscle and shape. Like that calf, a little stout, highly presented market heifer here with a good body shape, big square hip in her. This young man steers a little longer, more extended, really sharp looking calf from the profile. It's got a beautiful hair coat, well put together there, a nice look. We got a big body, dense made, burly looking one right here that's just got a lot of finish and cover and width to him. Really good composition market heifer there that's bold bodied and big hip, really square top, has a lot of true shape and muscularity. A real highly presented, chubby body, good looking calf here that still has muscle and shape. Real striking, high quality steer here that's still got a big hip and stifle to him. And then another real muscular, good composition calf here that's just wide and thick and square. Those are what we see in these cattle. They're awesome. Congratulations to y'all. Put your hands together. We'll get a showmanship and then our top three.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, first we'll select our champion market beef showman. And your champion beef showman is Vienna Sills. That is sponsored by Champion Feeders, Myers Family, and Final Drive Show Supply. Now we will select your supreme champion market beef for the 2025 Cornhusker Showdown. And your Supreme Champion Market Beef goes to Colin Rasmussen. That is sponsored by Henderson State Bank and Sullivan Supply. Now for the selection of your reserve champion. And your reserve Supreme Market Beef goes to Vienna Sills, sponsored by Kister Cattle and Sullivan Supply. Now for the selection of your third overall. Your third overall goes to Oakley Jelnick from, sponsored by Weber Show Cattle, Myers Family, and Sullivan Supply. Thank you to Champion Feeders for sponsoring the Market Beef Buckles today. Don't run off. We'll now auction off the banners and have adult showmanship, so please stick around. All right, for adult showmanship, get ready. Tayton Lucas with pigs, Zach Anderson with beef, Jack Ritter for goats, Steve Schnell, beef, Mary Schnell, you bought yourself out, nice job. Atlee Hirschfeld with a goat, Justin Nathan with the sheep, Ethan Bontrager with the sheep, Mark Hasselbrook with the sheep, Katie Wells with cattle, Sam Gaskins with a goat, Taylor Jensen with a swine, Q-Dog with the sheep, and Abby Konecki with the beef. Again, you can pay your way out. That'll cost you $50 to get out of doing adult showmanship. We take all forms of payment, cash, Venmo, check, money order,